Yeah. Hmm. It is funny the name of this. It sounds almost like a place name, Death Stranding. Oh, need to put some. I got some brandy and well, I got a drink because I tried out Uber Foods. Initially, I got the McDonald's app, and I thought, oh great, it'll be home delivery. Got all the way through it. No, you got to go and pick it up yourself. I'm like, bugger off. So I got Uber Eats. They delivered it in less than 10 minutes. It was great. Yeah, not all of it was great. I experimented with some of the burgers. There was a chicken one that's a bit bleh. But and the bacon burgers, I think I'll avoid them in future because the bacon just tastes bleh. And I got a big Sprite and just put some brandy in it. I can't get hammered today because I've got to go back to work tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But I'm very, very tired today. I slept for like 14 hours because how my working week's been, I've been getting up at 3:15 in the morning most of the days. And now I'm just completely blur today. It's funny, age catches up with you. I used to be able to do like 13 days in a row, 12-hour shifts, then have a day off and then go back to work. But now, oh, blimey, after 7 days, I'm just completely fagged out. My shift this week worked out to 74 hours actual work time, but including travel time, that's more like 77 hours. But I'm really broke today. Need to get a bike. Make delivery, lost cargo. I'm glad this game gives you the option to skip cutscenes because some of them are a little bit annoying. I'll use that. Right, alright. That one. At the same time as this, I'm listening to Star Trek music on my phone, on my Bluetooth. I don't go for those Bluetooth headphones where there's two of them. I only have one because I find it very, very distracting if I've got two. I seem to get an inner ear problem a lot now where get rid of this. Oh, no, I can't destroy it. Let's see if I've got something missing. I love the soundtrack to Star Trek First Contact. I actually think Jerry Goldsmith was a better musician than John Williams. John Williams' music's very repetitive and that soundtrack he did for the Star Trek 9 was really forgettable. My theory is he probably wrote the initial work and someone else came in and remixed it, because it had some stuff that sounded good. I particularly like the music in the trailer that had a slowed down version of the main Star Wars theme, but there wasn't anything like, it wasn't like, say, Empire Strikes Back, where you had the asteroid part of the movie. And I only watched Star Wars 9 once, and I'm probably not going to watch it again, because I think it was such a waste. You know, I don't think that it actually improves on Rian Johnson. Rian Johnson's movie was bloody awful, but at least it felt like a movie. Rise of Skywalker feels like something that was made in the 90s, the early 90s, when people would make movies with big stars and no real plot. You know, the Batman movies of the early 90s in particular are really badly written. This is from James Horner, who he created some of my favourite soundtracks, but he's still not as good as Jerry Goldsmith. Jerry Goldsmith's music always had a sort of, could be so many different styles. When you consider Jerry Goldsmith did Rambo movies, The Omen, Predator, you know, it's just amazing. Also quite like Basil Palladorus, but his music very samey. You know, the soundtrack to Conan the Barbarian is probably in my top 10, but it sounds a lot. The movies he did, like Total Recall, it sounds a lot like the Conan soundtrack. There's not a lot of difference in there. So there's been comparisons over the years as well that James Horner did the soundtrack to Star Trek 2 and 3. There's lots of comparisons made to his soundtracks he did for Roger Corman. Like Battle Beyond the Stars has a very similar soundtrack to his Star Trek movies, but I'm okay with it. You know, man's got to eat, and if he's made some great tracks already, he's hardly going to sort of put off reusing them. Right, let's drop these, don't need them. I'll leave that there. I always liked the soundtrack, particularly to The Search for Spock, because it's a great film for the feeling of loss. And regret. There's a lot of regret in that movie. I still think the Star Trek movies are actually better than the Star Wars movies in lots of ways. Even the not very good J.J. Abrams reboot movies, at least they feel like something. The reboots of the Star Wars trilogy they've been really awful. You know, this new Disney trilogy, I'm thinking more was a mistake. They should have just stuck to making sidequels like the very good Rogue One and the okay Solo. I liked Solo for the reason that it didn't have Jedis in it. It didn't have lightsabers at all, unlike Rogue One. But Rogue One, it at least made sense that there was a lightsaber in there. What the last what I consider real Star Trek movie, Nemesis. That's a movie people really should go back to and watch again, because yes, it has some problems. It's certainly not one of the better movies, but things like its soundtrack and its themes, I really like. I really like the stuff involving the Remans, you know, because you never got to see Remans in the actual Star Trek TV shows, and that they were only sort of hinted at, and I did find them very interesting. I've heard that one of the original plans for Star Trek Discovery, why it doesn't really fit together properly, is the Klingons in it weren't going to be Klingons, they were originally going to be Remans. And it would explain why the Remans became a second-class citizen, because they used to be like the Alpha in the Romulans and Reman society, but they became very, very warlike, got into a big war with the Federation. You know, that sort of stuff would really make sense. Certainly make a lot more sense than the pile of dog shite that Star Trek Discovery came up with. Those terrible Klingons that didn't look like Klingons at all. They looked more like the orcs from Lord of the Rings. And I found it really, really disappointing. You know, there was a lot of stuff that, had it been done differently in Star Trek Discovery, I think it would have been a much better show. But unfortunately, that never happened.
You be careful now. Weapons restrictions lifted.
And it's not sexist to point out how bad Star Trek Discovery is, because I recently watched, I sort of watched it over the course of some days, but I watched the season 2 of Lost in Space, and that's how you write female characters. You know, the mother in it, I think, is even stronger than the father in many ways. Also, the new Dr. Smith, she is just fantastic. Really devious, really clever. you understand why she's that way, and just a brilliant show all round. It's one of the few times in recent years that I've watched a show and I thought, I really want to see season 3. I'm really excited to see where it goes, because the cliffhanger at the end of season 2, whoa, blimey. I'd say it's the best cliffhanger I've seen in any form of television since probably the first part of the Best of Both Worlds. The shocking end and the distance between the family being split up, it was just, I really enjoyed Lost in Space. I liked how they hinted at the original show by having Bill Manny in it as Dr. Smith, not Will Robinson, but it didn't sit completely on that as its reason to exist, unlike Star Trek Discovery, that made the cardinal mistake of trying to be considered a part of continuity but not sticking to any form of continuity, which I think was a massive mistake. And it's a sad mistake as well, because I really think that had they been serious and made a Star Trek show, much like this, hopefully this Picard show is going to be, that interlinks with what came before, it's actually going to be really good. Starfleet Academy. I had that on my PC, my old Pavilion. Star Trek The Undiscovered Country. Undiscovered Country I now actually consider the best of the original series movies. There's a lot of really good stuff in that movie, and amazingly, I only found out recently that Nicholas Myers spent less money on The Undiscovered Country than was spent on the Final Frontier, the real failure of the series. But that's just because Nicholas Meyer was a much better director, and wasn't wasteful. Also, they used CGI for the first time in the movies in Undiscovered Country, which, you know, made a lot of sense. Because it even back in 1991, it was cheaper than building miniatures. You know, the opening scene with Praxis blowing up, that is definitely CGI. That's you couldn't do that physically, particularly in 1991. That'd be probably half your budget gone if you made a physical model of something exploding. But what's really good about Undiscovered Country is particularly the acting by the cast of Klingons. That some of the Star Trek movies are a little bit weak on the characters who aren't the leads, but particularly Plummer, Christopher Plummer. He is absolutely amazing as General Chang. the nuanced performance he puts on is just out of this world. And it was so well made that it had that wonderful quality of wanting you, making you feel sad that it had come to an end. Particularly seeing DeForest Kelley, who was pretty much first class in all the Star Trek movies, but in that one he was really good. You know, he put on a he could be funny, but he could also be passionate and interesting. That's something that really, I understand why the new Star Wars movies are made, but I think the biggest problem with them as a whole is they're just not very good. You know, watching them separately, they feel good at the time, but then when you look at them as a group together, they don't make any sense at all now, because Rian Johnson was so... I don't even know why he was chosen to make a Star Wars movie. And his attempts at trying to change the law and how much woke culture arseholes are still crying about, his version of Star Wars was better than J.J. Abrams. Actually, neither of their version of Star Wars was better than George Lucas. George Lucas, you might have a lot of problems with George Lucas, but his take on Star Wars, it's the proper one. Not this sort of weird, let's make it like a Michael Bay film with J.J. Abrams, or let's go for some sort of Marxism but of the Force. Everyone can be a Jedi. Holistic bullshit that we got from bloody what's his name, Ryan. You know, it's just
we can't afford to lose you.
Neither version is good. Really, they should have got a director like Werner Herzog to make Star Wars. So someone who wasn't had his ideas but knew how to stick to a plot. Also, the bloke they got to write Rise of Skywalker, I'm like, you got the man who wrote Justice League. Are you serious? Oh, it's my favourite. It's a Jerry Goldsmith track for Star Trek Insurrection. And Star Trek Insurrection is probably the weakest of the Next Generation movies. But it has the most beautiful soundtrack of all of them. Wonderful use of harp. Right. Need resins. I'll take some ceramic. Yeah, it has this wonderful upward feeling to the music. Actually, the interesting thing I find about Star Trek Insurrection is it's the only one of the 4 Next Generation movies that feels almost like an episode of the TV show. First Contact, I love the movie and I love what it did for Star Trek in bringing in the idea of first contact and added so much to the lore of the story with Zephyr Cochrane and all that. But it doesn't really feel like an episode. It feels like a movie. But oh, they're playing the Ilea theme from Motion Picture. Motion Picture is one that I strongly recommend rewatching, especially the Blu-ray and the 25th anniversary special, where they put extra stuff in. And they got a CGI team, but the CGI team were such experts that instead of making everything look ridiculously new, they went to make it look retro, which is a lot more clever than just sort of making a rehash. You know, it was like the opposite to what George Lucas did with the Star Wars trilogy back in, I think it was 1997, and they added in all that CGI crap and had stupid stuff like a very crappy looking Jabba the Hutt in A New Hope that was completely CGI'd, and it looked bloody awful. That was actually quite a good movie. It looked like an actual Star Trek episode. It kind of harkened back to the older Trek movies. Jellyfish. It had that really cool pre-Federation ship that was supposed to be from the Xindi War. What weapons have I got? Sticky gun. Shit. No, you have to jump back on. Yeah. Get the heck out of Dodge. Got nothing I can use against ghosts. My favourite of the Star Trek shows, actually. I really like Star Trek Enterprise because there's no safety net. You know, with the previous versions, especially Next Generation, or I suppose not Voyager, but most of these Star Trek shows, they had a super powerful ship, and they were part of a Federation who would, if they were really in trouble, be able to help them. But Enterprise, they had none of that. It's just man against the universe. Also, I'm more of a Captain Archer fan than any of the other captains because he seemed the most human. Also, I'm quite a Scott the Cooler fan. I was so disappointed when that series ended like it did. Oh boy, Voyage Home's a good movie, and amazingly it was the first Star Trek movie to be a real hit at the cinema. But it's very dated. It's good. There's a lot of humour in there, a lot of fish out of water humour, but it is a dated movie. It's probably the one that's dated the worst of the original series Star Trek because, you know, it involved going back to 1986 Earth, so it's the one that when you watch it sort of sticks out like a sore thumb.
Alright, it's a full charge.
Actually, it's quite a funny YouTube video now of a bloke who is making historical inaccuracies in Star Trek Discovery. You know, stuff that just doesn't fit. And there's so much of it. It was literally like the people who were making the TV show just didn't give a shit. They didn't give a shit about any continuity. Yet they kept claiming, oh, to Star Trek fans, oh, this is the Prime Universe. This isn't the Abrams universe. And when I was watching, I was like, these liars. There's no way that when you watch Pike's Enterprise, that's going to be the one that appears sort of supposedly 6 years later with Kirk as the captain. It's a load of bollocks. I think actually someone in the company, when they were making it, must have known that people are going to say this is bullshit, because there was that episode where they went back to the planet that you're not supposed, no one's supposed to be allowed to go back to the planet that appears in the very first pilot, the cage, and then they go to it. So I don't know what the plan was, whether it was some form of fan service, but to what fans I don't know, because it was just so silly and it didn't make any sense. And they even changed the look of the aliens in it with the big heads for absolutely no reason. It didn't add anything aesthetically. It was just it looked like they were just doing it just to troll actual fans. But even worse, they showed clips from the cage before to give a backstory to it, and I'm like, this just doesn't make any sense at all.
There we go.
Ooh, Star Trek Generation. Star Trek Generation, very weak movie. I rewatched it recently, and sort of thinking about it, it feels like an extended episode of the show, but as a movie, it does tie off some of the stuff left over from the TV show, but really unnecessarily. It feels very much like season 7 of The Next Generation, because for me, I'm only really a fan of the first 4 seasons. Season 1 is hard work, but it's, you know, for the time it was made, it does look pretty revolutionary. It is weird as well in season 1 that there's no clear engineer. Then they changed that. They made Geordie the engineer because, you know, a lot of the first season, well, the first 2 seasons of The Next Generation was an absolute madhouse behind the scenes. It's a very good documentary about it. I saw it on Netflix about the absolute tug of war they had to go through, especially with Gene Roddenberry not being very, very helpful. Also, they overcast the thing, so they had to get rid of some of the female characters. I wish they'd continued to have kept Beverly Crusher out of it and had Dr. Pulaski, who I actually thought was a much better character than Dr. Crusher, but I don't know, maybe I'm just in a minority there, but oh no. Music to Voyager. Voyager's another show that I'm not a huge fan of the last 2 seasons. I recently rewatched the whole thing on Netflix. Part of the reason why I got Netflix was because it had Rick and Morty on it, even though the new season's not on it. Urgh. But also having access to all the Star Trek shows. Oh, playing some motion picture. But I rewatched. I've rewatched most of the series. The only one that I haven't rewatched is Deep Space Nine, and that's really because Deep Space Nine I find a little bit depressing. It's not exactly the most feel-good show. And I've had a year. Last year was really depressing all round, with Brexit and just everything seems to be crap in 2019. And I have to I recognised in myself that there's certain things I need to avoid doing, and watching stuff that makes me depressed is one of them. But like I was saying, Star Trek the motion picture, it doesn't. It has things about it that are a bit. The time is a little bit of a factor. It does feel like a long, slow movie, but there's so much in it that I really wish Star Trek was held on to, but doesn't. The philosophical parts of it, just the slowness can actually be really enjoyable. There's a brilliant scene that lasts for about 6 minutes of literally Kirk and Scotty in a shuttle flying around the ship in space dock. You know, that's something that they definitely wouldn't stick in a modern movie, especially the J.J. Abrams universe. Everything's got to be in a rush all the time. It's kind of what I don't like about the modern Trek movies. I'm not a big fan of the modern Trek at all, really. I find most of it is sort of a bit stupid and slightly unnecessary. You know, there was stuff in oh Christ, what was it called? But pretty much all of the Abrams Trek movies, there was stuff in there that just felt so unnecessary. Like the violent stuff, the you know, the Star Trek movies have never been sort of like soft. They've had, you know, particularly Wrath of Khan's got some pretty ugly violence in it, but there was just stuff like the torturing of Admiral Pike that I thought was really sort of ugh. And all that stuff in Into Darkness with violence, where it felt really didn't feel like a Star Trek movie.
Thank you for your contribution.
I'm going giant ghostly jellyfish hunting. Horrible feeling that I'm coming down with the flu. I've had like jaw pains for the past sort of 2 days, and that's normally a sign that I've got the flu, because I've got wisdom tooth that costs on nerve cluster, and come on, stupid airport, and it makes my throat sore when there's swelling. I feel it in my left ear, which is annoying.
There we go.
Really, I think I'm run down from overwork as well. That hasn't helped. But that, and I was a bit bummed out by December. Sort of, I felt pretty much depressed.
Stretch my legs.
Get lots of these.
Nice.
Complete the load. It is amazing about this game that the busy work doesn't actually feel like busy work. It feels like you're actually achieving something. I've stopped following the main game till I get the road network put together, because it's so much fun doing it, collecting materials. is the music from First Contact, where there was the absolutely epic Earthships against the Borg cube. Of all of the Star Trek movies, even the modern ones, nothing's ever come close to that. All the fanboys like me spazzing out seeing an Akira class and Steam Runner and I can't remember the other one. There was a new ship added to it. Also seeing the the Defiant actually in a Star Trek movie was a bit of a lot of fan service, but that's what I liked about the original 10 Star Trek movies. There was fan service put in there because it was directed mainly at Star Trek fans. The only one that was sort of had much wider appeal was The Voyage Home. Unfortunately, because I've changed phones recently, I don't know how to do it on this new phone. But I had as a wallpaper GIF for a while the destruction of the Borg cube in First Contact, because it was so I was like in the cinema when I saw it for the first time, I was like nerdgasming all over the place, seeing quantum torpedoes used against the Borg cube, because that's what they were originally designed for. The First Contact theme, a lot of it's actually just a reuse of the theme that was developed for Star Trek the Motion Picture, but with a few extra a secondary theme added to it. So when you've got the Borg ship and you've got the Defiant and the Defiant attacking it, the music they actually used was from the Klingon music from where the Klingons attacked the Vija probe. But what's really great about Jerry Goldsmith's music was that he used lots of different types of instrument. He wasn't limited like John Williams to just using sort of wooden horn and strings. He used all sorts of stuff, electric guitars, and there's this, I can't even describe what it's like, a sort of long tube with wires down the middle of it, and that's what they use for the noise of the of Vija in motion picture. This sort of big twang noise that would echo because it was in a tube. Really, the biggest problem I've had with the the most recent Star Wars movie as well is I watched a review by someone else who, you know, it's like that thing where Mr. Plinkett says, you haven't noticed it, but your brain did. And I did notice how crappy the story is, because it has the hint that someone's died, but they haven't really died. C-3PO loses his mind. Oh no, he hasn't, he has it rebooted. I'm just like, Jesus Christ, what is this? There's no big payoff, you know. Even A New Hope has a payoff where Obi-Wan Kenobi dies. He dies to distract the enemy, so he sacrifices himself. But they couldn't even do that in this new movie. I'm just like, oh Jesus Christ. It's like the last one. I couldn't understand why Finn was even in the movie, because his sort of little story with on the internet, I didn't know this till I watched the review of it, but everyone now calls Rose Shrek. Which I thought, oh god. You know, it's a little bit of sort of a dank joke, because she's so useless and doesn't add anything to the story at all. She's not interesting. But, you know, I could rant for weeks about how bad the new trilogy of Star Wars is. That it... When I initially heard that they were making more Star Wars movies, I was like, "Oh well, yeah, sounds good." But then I started thinking, "Well, what's the point? That they are really the most irrelevant. It's the most irrelevant trilogy ever. You know, that tale was told. If you're going to tell a new tale, why not just have a new trilogy then? But with no reference to Star Wars. You know, just have it set at a different period, like the Great Hyperspace War, or the rise of the Jedi, because originally the universe was full of Sith. And it was the Sith turning and becoming Jedi that changed the game. But no, instead we've got to have characters who are people who are really old and don't look a lot like they did when they were young because they've had plastic surgery, like Carrie Fisher. I did like her in the role, but I thought it was completely irrelevant. Didn't add anything to it, and there were scenes that were just laughable. That stuff where she's flying in space using the Force, and I was like, oh my god. Not the first time it was done though. They had an episode of a Clone Wars where Pakun, because he was from I think it was an Argon atmosphere. He wore a mask all the time and protection over his eyes. But he was floating around in space without a spacesuit, with a couple of clone troopers and a few of what would eventually become Imperial fellas. From where they go around in the engineering section that's taken over by the Borg. The Borg are a interesting villain, but the problem I had particularly with Star Trek Voyager was when they were overused. Also, I found 7 of 9 a little bit. It became literally the 7 of 9 show and her Starfleet friends. Still, the first 2 seasons of Voyager had a little bit of that with the Doctor, and the Doctor was the only character who fans were really getting sort of behind. So they'd make more stories with the Doctor, and I was like, Not to knock Robert Picardo, who is a fantastic actor, and I just wish he'd done more than just Star Trek and sci-fi TV. I wish he'd done some more serious roles, because if you ever watch Joe Dante's The Howling, he's in it and he's really good. Oh, bath and then the baby.
Okay.
And the baby.
Oh, baby, can't show you why we ain't getting high no more.
Oh. Oh, look, baby swimming. Hey. Right.
Get warmed up.
Can't show you why we ain't getting high no more.
Come on, let's roll.
I've noticed on Twitter, if anyone wants to follow me, I'm @Hyborian on Twitter. So I used big complicated names in the past, and I thought I'd just call myself Steve. Everyone calls me Steve anyway, so don't bloody, you know. Since there's about 4 million Steves in my area, I don't think I'm going to get doxed. But yeah, Cory Booker didn't take kindly to people laughing about how Warren is dancing cringily.
Charged up.
Elizabeth Warren, I'm like, oh god. Most of the Democrats just drive me crackers. They all seem to be the most boring middle class wankers going. Bernie's okay, but he wouldn't even last 5 minutes in UK politics. American politics is just so crap. It's either ultra ridiculous liberals who haven't got any balls, or it's insane people like the Republicans who just rant and rave and talk about some magic land that's not even America anymore. You know, none of them seem to treat the world seriously at all, which is just, it's so weak and pathetic.
All clear. Welcome. Decontaminating suit. All clear. Keep on keeping us at for the bridges.
Gotta stretch my legs.
Still, British politics has gone down the toilet now. I've sort of lost patience with it. Whenever I see politicians now online, I'm less friendly. I find a lot of them are just absolutely awful. I think the most hopeless case that I've seen in politics at the moment is definitely the Tory party. They've completely lost any direction, and to make matters worse now, they're just, because of Boris being an absolutely useless leader. They're full of yes men or lunatics. Still, it's nice to see that people have woken up. Literally, people were like, sort of, it was like they were in a trance, and all of a sudden they've popped out of it. That they listened to people like Boris Johnson telling them about how terrible Corbyn is and how the Labour Party will do this, this and this, and you're just like, yeah. And what do you have to offer instead? And they'll go, well, we're not Corbyn, which, it was the same argument that Hillary Clinton was saying when I'm not Donald Trump. Yeah, we can see you're not Donald Trump. Oh, his policies are worse than mine. And then you go, how are they worse than yours? But yeah, the
Weapons restrictions lifted.
even people online I've pointed it out to, like journalists, have said, you do realise that none of what Boris has promised is actually going to come to anything. That he's a liar. He lies and he lied all through the election, all through last year. We got the same old bullshit. We got all that stuff about, oh, we're going to be the new Norway and everything will be sunny, and all of the children will get sweeties, and just absolute crap. He made such a big song and dance about how he would ensure that British workers would get better pay and a new minimum wage, and within a day he dropped that all. And he's just like, well, what is the point of the Tory party now? They literally will just say anything to stay in power. The only reason why they're staying in power is because they are terrified that Europe will tax them. That's what all of the Brexit was about to begin with. That's why it got a load of finance from people who you've never heard of. Because the EU are bringing in anti-tax evasion laws. I was telling Joe Phillips on Twitter, you know, the woman who may be new Labour leader, I said, save making all these promises about how tough you're going to be, all this stuff. What you need to do, dear, is tell, make it part, not just a manifesto promise, make it a philosophical sea change in the new Labour, or whatever you're going to call yourself, party, that you will not tolerate tax evasion of any kind. If people want to tax evade, they'll have to leave the party. I didn't get a reply. Surprise, surprise. But that's how it will have to be. If you're seriously wanting to get support from the public, you're going to have to come up with something that is going to be rock solid, because we've had years and years of neoliberals sort of soft peddling everything. You know, they'll say about tax evasion, oh, isn't it bad people evade that and not do anything about it, because a lot of the super rich tax evade. Me personally, I see it as theft. If you're not paying to stay a part of society, then you're not part of society, you're a criminal. Those buggers. Big splash one. Oh, baby, like that. I don't know what. Yeah, I'm really tired today. I hate work. I never used to be this way. I used to sort of have a bit of get up and go to work every day. But nowadays I just think, oh God, it's such a waste of time. So irrelevant as well. Why we can't have like a techno utopia with a basic minimum financial support from the government, instead of having to go to work and do boring jobs that don't interest us intellectually, have zero pleasure, and you just end up looking at your watch. Can't wait to get home, get it out the way. You know, if you took away that necessity to work, society would be a lot less violent. People wouldn't be so stressed out all the time. People wouldn't be constantly looking for ways out. I reckon that suicide would become zero. People wouldn't be ill all the time as well. I've seen that. A lot of people working sick.
Okay. There we go.
I'm going to play this for about another half an hour, and then I'm going to restart Horizon Zero Dawn, because I've been meaning to replay that game for a really long time now. Oh.
Stretch my legs. Nice. There we go.
I pointed out to Corey Booker on Twitter and said that, you know, don't argue with YouTubers, whatever you do. You know, Carl Kalinske, who he was basically making a big deal about Carl Kalinske taking Nicky, you know, because he was a Justice Democrat, you know, crap. I can tolerate Carl Kalinske, even though he says a lot of stupid things. At least he's not blooming what's his name, Chank Uga. There's a bloke who is just an absolute arse. Chank, I actually think, is a cancer on the left. I think he actually doesn't benefit the left at all. I think he actually works against the left wing. Because he has a tendency to say some of the most stupid things imaginable. Also, a lot of Chank's hot takes are so utterly wrong that it's almost funny how wrong he can be about things. But all that stuff where he was, you know, when I heard that he was running, I thought, oh well, he'll do the sensible thing then. He'll either delete all of his videos or private all of his videos from, say, before the last election, because he said some really dumb things in the past, particularly around Bush, and making assumptions and saying things that you just like, don't say that, that's really stupid. But no, he left it all unprivated, and it's hurt him. Already it's hurt him. It hurt him so much that Bernie Sanders initially said he was behind him, and then obviously someone in his office said, no, we need to stay away from Cenk Uygur, he's going to ruin you. And Bernie did the wise thing and said that he's no longer supporting him, which was pretty much a brainy thing to do. But Cenk left up all of his videos, and surprise, surprise, the video that he did where he was talking about how having sex with animals, if they orgasm, it shouldn't be a crime. That came out. You know, and the one person who found out about it and will well, it got to Alex Jones, but even worse, it got to Mr. Messica. And I'm like, oh dear. Because I just think that Cenk Uygur is as bad as Fox News. The Young Turks is really bad at things like hot takes. You know, they have said things in the past that have made them look really, really stupid. Like that time Anna Kasparian, who I sort of like Anna, but she made a big fucking song and dance about Trump supporters, and there's that picture of her saying, "I'm fucking better than you," looking like the sort of real snotty liberal that, you know, will guarantee that you lose support. Oh, I'm effing better than you. And it became a meme because that look of anger on her face, and it's like, ooh, no, don't do that. You know, I'm a left-wing liberal, but I'm a realistic left-wing liberal. I know what looks good and what looks bad. And unfortunately, a lot of these, particularly American liberals, they don't seem to know what they're talking about half the time. It was like their explanation why Corbyn lost was, it was multiple things why Corbyn lost. The number one thing was Brexit. But there were multiple things. He wasn't a very good speaker. He said a lot of stupid things that really hurt his campaign. He wasn't a very good public speaker anyway. He didn't do enough sit-downs with journalists on television. So when he was forced into doing one, he came across as a real sort of out-of-touch moron. And it really hurt him. Also, he blinked first when there were questions about who would see Andrew Neil, who is a conservative journalist who's real hard-nosed. And instead of letting Boris Johnson go first, he went first. And then Boris Johnson didn't get the grilling that everyone expected. But I knew he'd do everything he could to avoid it, because Boris Johnson doesn't have any policies. Let's see what can we recycle. Recycle that. Whew.
Thank you for your continued support.
I was talking about my order and I got completely distracted. Yeah, I've tried this thing called Uber Eats, and it's basically it's part of Uber as the car sort of pickups and, you know, what do they call it, taxi service.
Thank you for your contribution.
And yeah, it was because I got the McDonald's app and I thought, oh well, it must be for home delivery. No, got all the way through to almost paying for the thing, and I noticed that it kept saying, we're not at the position, we're not at the position. And I looked, and no, it's not home delivery, it's you have to go and pick it up. And I was like, what's the point in having a bloody app for it then? Unless you're in a queue, I can't see what the point of the app is. Bloody stupid. Actually, I think I'm probably have a nap to do some Horizon Zero Dawn. I am a bit tired actually. Last week. Also, drinking brandy isn't exactly the best thing to do if you're feeling a bit drowsy.
Nice.
But it being 2020, I've decided this year I'm going to drink alcohol on rest days and eat what I like. As long as I don't do it every single day, I should be alright, but I'm tired of trying to eat healthily all the time, because it just makes me depressed. Also, I've got to look for a girlfriend this year, an actual proper long-term girlfriend. No more going on Grindr, having a date, and then never seeing the girl ever again. Or boy, but I've never had any luck finding a bloke on Grindr. I don't know what it is. Not many kinky men go on Grindr for some reason. I do like some kinky men.
Okay.
Yeah, it was quick, and the bloke took all the order. It's got instructions, so I just tell him to wait at the bottom, at the main doors of my flats, because the number of times I've had to rush downstairs, spend 20 minutes looking for the delivery man because he can't find where my flat is. Which is really annoying.
Sam, looks like you've got a body on your hands. Doesn't matter how it happened, you can't ignore it. And if you're directly responsible, all the more reason to clean it up. Any corpse left alone will eventually go necro and pop a BT. Gotta dispose of it before that happens.
This year, being that Brexit will probably dominate politics for the next. Well, I don't think it's ever going to go away. I think it's never going to go away till whoever's in charge admits that they have no way of making it go away. I'm still laughing at the idiots who have so much confidence in Boris Johnson, a bloke who has just lied and lied and lied. His whole career, all he's done is lie about things. He's lied to his wife, he's lied to his girlfriends, he's lied to everyone. And this idea that somehow he's going to be honest about something as complex as Brexit is just utterly laughable. Oh, shit. This is what happens when people give up on actual logic and will go for whoever tells them what they want to hear. I even work with people who are under the delusion that Boris Johnson's a trustworthy candidate. You start, what are you talking about? This is a bloke who, when he was mayor of London, came up with this system with bicycles, free bicycles. Not free bicycles. You pay for the bicycle, and they get relocked or something like that. I can't remember what it is. It's some sort of travel system for like public access bicycles, and it was all going to be paid for by banks. Banks were going to be given a credit default thing, where basically you're just going to pay less tax. It was a way of stopping a bill that was being put through for taxation of bonuses. So Boris Johnson agreed to this, but then the bike thing came along. Oh, everyone's got to contribute to this bike thing, and then it turned out that the banks were paying less, and then less, and then finally they weren't paying for it at all, and council tax money was paying for it. And I was like, well, what was all that about? And the truth was that Boris Johnson is a spineless parasite who will say anything to get out of anything. He will quite literally railroad anyone who works for him if it means that he can get out of stuff. You know, he's got a history of being a slimy little toad who will drop anyone else in it to get out of anything. And he's our Prime Minister. So don't expect any of the rubbish that he was saying during the elections actually ever come to anything. Because it won't, because he's systematically lied about everything in his whole career. And he's a complete nasty piece of work. As was pointed out during the election, what a nasty piece of work he was. Because before he became a politician, he wrote stuff about the working and middle class of Britain, like we're all slouches and layabouts, and that we should be literally kissing the feet of the rich. That, you know, we should go back to something similar to the 16th century, where you had local landowners and noblemen and all that crap. Still, stupid people never admit that they've done a stupid thing. As we've seen with Brexit, no one wants to take the blame for everything that's about to happen with Brexit. Meaning that those people who are not willing in Europe. No! Yeah, the idea that the I think it's 31 countries of Europe are going to listen to someone like Boris Johnson. This is a guy who, when he met with the Belgian Prime Minister in Strasbourg, he was supposed to have a press meeting afterwards, but instead he ran away because he was basically a coward. He didn't want to be asked hard questions by Europeans who weren't going to give him the soft soap that he gets in the UK or America. American media is singularly the most piss weak interviews I've ever seen in my life. The sort of soft, what they consider hard grizzled journalism is someone like, say, I can't remember what her name was, that blonde woman who used to work for Fox, and she interviewed Alex Jones and actually got him to admit that he's full of shit, and he was sweating like a horse. No. Yeah, but basically he was bullshitting about the families of Sandy Hook. But oh, that was too tough. That journalism. I'm like, Jesus Christ. If he thinks that she's tough, blimey. If he'd been cross-examined by Jeremy Paxman, he'd have probably burst into tears. He's lost his case as well. It's sad that people aren't covering it on YouTube. I think it's probably fear, because anything linked with InfoWars, the YouTube bots at the moment seem to be broken, and they're deleting channels right, left and centre and doing all sorts of weird shit with political YouTube. But yeah, he's lost his case. He's having to pay something like 100,000 to the families who he basically ruined. You know, they had a hard enough time as it was with the death of their children. Then to get Alex Jones leading a posse of lunatics, accusing them of being actors, and he's going to be paying a large amount of money. Hopefully it'll bankrupt him, because he's such an evil man. Also, there's the case isn't going to be over when the case ends, because he also was ordered to produce witnesses to him for his case, about who knew what and when and where and all this stuff, and he refused to do it, and he actually committed contempt of court, which will be very, very funny when that comes to you know, he could be facing actual prison time for contempt of court. It's a serious thing. It's not something that he can just wave away with his claims of having freedom of speech. Really, I think some of what's happening with YouTube at the moment, of people being deleted or demonetised, like, I was so happy to hear that the utterly ludicrous Sinatra Says, this bloke who's basically a right-wing parasite, he was demonetised, and they didn't even pay him for sort of stuff that he'd done for like months and months and months. He's a thoroughly horrible person as well, so I don't really have any sorrow for him sort of losing out. You know, the probably the most yuck thing that Sinatra Says ever did was when he was involved with another absolute horrible piece of shit called Aryan Paladin or something like that. Aidan Paladin, that was him. The one who used sort of Nazi talk at the end of all of her videos, and had this really wacky idea about Poland somehow being like this super state where she could go and live because they're anti-Muslim, and they're not actually anti-Muslim. But she's such a dingbat, she doesn't actually know what she's talking about. It's like she actually claimed that Doctor Who was had a story that involved these alien monks, and that you'd have to say that you needed them for their help. And she said, "Oh well, that's the modern left, and that's immigrants." And I was like, "No, it isn't, dear. You're talking rubbish." But yeah, she was involved in she basically said some really anti-Semitic shit about the number of people who died in the Holocaust on Twitter, and she got into a thing with Kevin Logan, and he challenged her numbers and said, "Well, we'll have a debate on that then." And Sinatra says went and altered the numbers of people killed in the Holocaust on Wikipedia to try and win a debate. And it wasn't even him debating, it was Aidan and Kevin Logan. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, how pathetic are you that you have to do that? As well as it's highly anti-Semitic to alter the numbers of people who died in probably one of the most horrible things that humans have ever produced in history. But yeah, he's losing money and he can't get monetisation. And I'm like, so what? I thought all you right-wingers were they're anti the left, and they're anti-corporate, they're anti-loads of things, but not really. They're only anti it when they're not sort of getting any form of benefit out of it. But yeah, him being an absolute piece of shit, who when challenged won't even put his name into a debate or show his face. He won't show his face on camera. He's very much like Tonkasaur and all his bullshit. But I'm an internet tough guy, but I won't actually show my face on a camera, even though it's already on record on YouTube. Still, the left's not that much good. I've stopped listening to anything that Christy Winters says after that bullshit she came out with, that somehow Elizabeth Warren is a better choice for president because she's not a white man. I'm like, what? But she hasn't got any serious left-wing politics, and she's got a terrible strategy, and she's also a former Republican. And I'm like, so the only reason why you shouldn't vote for Bernie, that is really at the heart of Christy Winter's critique, is he's got a penis. Therefore, he should be revoked from possibly becoming leader of the free world because he has a penis. And you're just like, oh my God. Still, most of these woke people I've spoken to are just idiots. And it's a shame because Christy Winters, because she was so sort of big on YouTube, a lot of people got around her who are much more clever, much more interesting, or just much nicer people. I'd get on with Kevin Logan, I'd get on with Christiosity. We natter enough and joke at each other enough on Twitter.
Okay.
But Christy Winters, I wouldn't spend a debate with her for a start, she'd probably twist everything I say out of context. Like that really weird thing where Jake of the Bible Reloaded, he's been very woke lately, and so's the bloke that does the needle drop. But because Christy Winters is a snob, she says, "Oh well, they're just pretending. They're just pretending now. They're just pretending to have completely changed their political position on things." Just makes you sick in the end. You think, can there ever be any redemption for people? Should we judge everyone on their politics of a time past? I know I don't judge people for long periods of time. I recently started following Shoe on Head again, because she really has made like a major switch from the sort of skeptic community scumbags alt-right, and she's now lefty at last. Even though I always had my suspicions that she was left-wing, but was literally just dragged along because of Gamergate.
Your work is great.
Still, I don't understand some left-wing and liberal people who harbour grudges for so long. I'm like, Jesus Christ, there's so many other people in the world who are your enemies. Why hold on to something that's long dead? Actually, and it's not just the left who does that either. I looked on Tonkasaw's channel in the week. I was a bit bored, nothing to do at work. I was just sort of waiting for a late running train to deal with. And I looked at his channel and his videos, and he's still talking about Andy Warski. I'm like, fucking hell. Andy Warski, who has basically done nothing for like months and months and months, ever since that Florida thing happened, where he managed to get his cousin or something arrested after threatening to shoot someone. After running his stupid big mouth in a public place with his racist shit. Yeah, so that completely backfired on him. And since then, he claims he's gone into rehab, which is probably just a way of sort of keeping people sort of guessing where he's been or what he's been up to. Really, I think he's just been probably drunk or sniffing cocaine or doing lots of other things. It's a bloke that you can judge by appearances when people have got a lot of vices. And Andy Warski looks like the sort of bloke who is sort of doing every vice imaginable. Go and get the rest of that ceramic from that camp. Wish I could wear sunglasses like that now. I have to wear my glasses all the time now, I'm so short-sighted.
Keep on keeping us have a pleasant journey.
Distance we're talking. Oh. I actually had arguments with creationists about wisdom teeth and things. You know, because it is literally the one thing that you can definitely say is evidence of the non-existence of a designing God. Oh, I got it all then. Oh, that's all right then.
That's a big one. Anytime now.
Ooh.
Stretch my legs.
Oh, come on. Let's have a look. Come on. Very slow thing. I occasionally talk to, well, I was talking to 4 of the Chapo blokes, but I think 2 of them, one of them got banned, and the other one blocked me because I was quite rude to him about being rude about Romania. But I just think he was being a bit of a shit. Virgil, Texas.
That's right.
Beginning scan. Scan the bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until the decontaminated soon. All clear. Keep on keeping on Sam Porter Bridges.
Oh, there you are. Everything all right? You're a goddamn hero, you know that? Don't go dying on us, whatever you do. Watch your back out there. No?
Yeah, I don't mind being called a pervert for my
Good work. New order available.
my sexual proclivities or whatever, being that I'm a kinkster. But it's basically saying on it was a couple of weeks ago that the people who were the reason why Corbyn lost was the Remainers, and I was like, no, mate, sorry. The reason why Corbyn lost is because he didn't have any clear policy on Brexit. I'm debating in my head whether I should go to the
Thank you for your
cinema
continued
tonight.
support.
I think I might leave it till Sunday. I don't even know what's on actually, you know.
Thank you for your contribution. Have a pleasant journey. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Oh, something else that happened in the week. Donald Trump tried to distract everyone from him being an absolute criminal who should be in jail by murdering someone. Yeah. Really wise move. Let's piss off Iran, thinking Iran is like Iraq when it's not. The Iraqi people were suppressed militarily by Saddam Hussein. It was basically just a carry-on from French rule, because the French were a lot more brutal with their occupation of the Middle East than the British were. The British were mainly, it was all about class and snobbish. But Iran and Iraq were basically Persia, and they were split in half by the empires after World War I. Death of the Ottoman Empire. Starting a war with Iran is really stupid. I don't think that America's got a single hope in winning. I think they're probably going to lose a lot of people. Really violently lose them as well.
Okay.
And by the time Americans realise this, I think Trump will have abdicated. Because Donald Trump has no poker face for a start. He's very loud and vocal before he's actually in the room with people, and he's already trying to walk back his attack on Iran, and I think he's probably not going to be the one who calls for war with Iran. That'll be the bloke who comes after Donald Trump. But the funniest thing was when he murdered this man, and then he tried to make out that he was the real victim. And I'm like, how does that one work there, mate? And then he said on Twitter, you better not mess with us. We'll kick your ass. And then they messed with them the next day. I was like, that worked out well. So yeah, I think that Trump's "I've got big balls" attitude is going to completely backfire. I think we're going to see the sinking of American Navy ships in the Gulf. That'll be the next step. Something like an aircraft carrier. And it's going to turn very, very ugly very, very quickly. And America will have to leave the Middle East like Russia did back in the 70s. And once America's gone, Israel and Saudi Arabia are going to be in real shit. Even Jordan might actually have some serious problems on the way.
Delivering cargo.
There we go.
I wonder what film this year is going to be the one that screws up all of the road culture. Because last year it was the Joker movie. I remember seeing so many of the people, even Anita Sarkeesian, throbbing with rage about it being about incels when it wasn't actually about incels at all. It was about right-wing neoliberalism, not giving a shit about anyone, and a lonely man going a little bit mental.
Stretch my legs.
But yeah, that was really funny how a lot of them walked it back. Once the film was out, it was sort of like an antimatter equivalent of the Ghostbusters movie, where loads of woke people were sort of screaming and shouting about how this was going to be the greatest film ever. And anyone who says any different is sexist. And then it came out, and I know loads of people lied that it was a good film, but no, it was terrible. I know, because I saw it at the cinema. And the Joker movie did that as well. The Joker movie, everyone who was against the film was saying at the time, oh, this is the worst movie imaginable. Oh, no. I need to get rid of these bodies, haven't I? Yeah, so that they're all really, no. Ooh. It was very funny though, especially on Twitter, all these people who'd said about 2 months before it was released, oh, this will energise the right wing, and all these right wing Trump supporter boys are all going to be out murdering women because of the Joker movie. And then when people finally watched it and realised that it was quite literally a socialist social commentary movie, a lot of them look really stupid. Similar to a lot of people look very stupid about the Ghostbusters movie. weird to me that it's 2020. Feels like it was just 1999 a minute ago. Does make you think though about when you're actually going to die eventually. So when I was a kid, 2020 was like sort of futuristic. People would be sort of all excited about what would come. Would we have flying cars and stuff like that? And really, all 2020 is a miserable period now where I think this year is the year where people are going to really wake up to climate change, because what's happening in Australia at the moment, that is going to extend outwards. Most people don't seem to understand that what's happening in Australia at the moment, that is going to be happening the rest of the world pretty soon. This sort of reminds me of an idea I had for a computer game a couple of years ago. So I used to have a girlfriend who was a programmer, and she said, you know, it was a good idea, but it would probably not be made because most game companies are terrified of the press. But I had an idea of, what if you did a game that was a virtual simulation of murdering someone, how to hide a body, how to dispose of a body. I got my machine guns mixed up. I thought I was shooting them with the gun that doesn't kill, 5 rubber bullets, but I'm going to have to get rid of these bodies or it will cause a void out. Building roads saves a lot of time in this game. Really, the weirdest thing about the Joker movie for me was the reaction of like the well, they're not left wing, they're what's known as liberal, which could mean anything nowadays. But the wanting there to have been something like a shooting, an Aurora style shooting, I found so fucking weird. Still, I am English, and America seems to be a very bizarre country a lot of the time.
Thanks. There we go. There we go. Time to move. Did I just piss myself? Okay. Nice.
Supposedly you have to kill, you have to cremate bodies you kill, or it can cause a void out. So I wasn't sure it was going to happen, but I didn't want to wreck my blooming game.
Nice.
It is interesting how Kojima's taken the scrolling through different categories and sorting out what you're carrying and the management of what you're carrying. Along with the haunting sort of qualities of Silent Hill. You know, it's well, this game's actually quite fascinating. It's probably the most different game I've played in a long time. Because even Horizon Zero Dawn had elements of open world slightly similar to Red Dead Redemption,
There we go.
which you could kill things with bow and arrow, or even Skyrim, but I've never played any sort of game like this.
There we go. Right on.
Whew. It is amazing what's been happening on Twitter and YouTube and how interlinked they are. You know, not just Cory Booker getting angry at people laughing at Warren, but just before Christmas we had all that bullshit with Anita Sarkeesian trying to bring up the ghost of Gamergate, and I'm like, just anything for attention from that woman. She wasn't even part of Gamergate. She wasn't a journalist, and she wasn't. She didn't even know who Zoe Quinn was, because Zoe Quinn was like really major part of the whole thing.
Okay.
Mainly because she was dating journalists. who were giving her not very good game, Depression Quest, high figures. You know, bumping it up on Steam. Even though most people who looked at the thing said this isn't a game for Steam. You know, I like some elements of social justice, but I certainly wouldn't call myself a social justice warrior. You know, because the majority of social justice people I've seen are just doing a lot of what they say is for attention reasons. It's not that they actually hold beliefs that they claim they have. Yeah, I've been watching some old internet aristocrat videos actually recently, because he did a load of videos. This is before he became Mr. Medica, and just sort of turned on all of the people like Sargon of Akkad, which gave me a lot of pleasure when I saw him doing that. Mainly because Carl Benjamin is so smug. You know, you can put up with most things from YouTubers, but when they're smug, particularly about things that they don't really understand and they're just pretending, because it's pretty clear that, you know, people like Sargon of Akkad used Gamergate for profit purposes, not for anything beneficial to the wider public. Because the general argument of Gamergate was that gaming press should be like any other press, that they should have scruples, and they should be not having people shagging indie developers. And then all the social justice warriors and feminists got involved saying, this is an attack on women. And it wasn't even that at all. It was, if Disney was owning something like Rotten Tomatoes and they were giving bumped up numbers, people would have the same reaction. It's conflict of interest as an argument. Quite funny, because a lot of it was linked to groups like Kotaku. It was owned by Gawker, that big fat English bloke who, well, he was from, his parentage came from Hungary, and they were Nazis, and they left before the Russians took over. But he pretends that he's pro-Israel, and he's not really. He like a lot of right-wingers, Israel is their ping-pong ball. But the worst thing about Israel is how much of it is being used as a tool by the right wing, who use it in areas like religious. Lots of people don't understand the religious elements that talk about Israel as being really important because of Revelations, they won't actually tell you what Revelations says, and that they use very coded language. The reality is that they want the Jews to be back in Jerusalem, the temple to be rebuilt, because that will signal the end of the world. They're not thinking in terms that these people need our protection. Really all they want is a physical manifestation of what's written in Revelations. And if you read the full passage, it ends really sort of ugh for Jewish people, because it claims that they'll all convert to Christianity and accept Jesus as the Messiah. And those who don't, this is the bit that really makes me go ugh, whenever I see Christians, particularly people like Jim Baker, bashing on about Iran and how Israel needs to be protected by America, is that those who don't convert to Christianity, well, they will burn. Literally, that's what the passage is. They will burn. Which doesn't sound good.
Thanks, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Hey, Sam. How are things? How you Bridges guys manage it, I'll never know. Seeing you. Keep it.
Good work. New order available. Please have... execution. Deploying autonomous delivery. Order assigned. Sand bridges. You are correct.
Sam Bridges. Good to see you, man. Just look at all this stuff. You're a lifesaver. Hey, Sam. Be... Good work. New order of it. Order assigned.
Weapons restrictions lifted. until departure. Cargo
Stretch my
verified.
legs.
Thank you.
Ah, it's you. How's it going? Cargo's in mint condition. How the hell did you manage that? Just so you know, I've put something aside for you. Maybe you could use it more than me. Go ahead and grab it whenever. Seeing you in action gives me hope. Keep it up.
Good work. New order available. Order assigned. Weapons restrictions lifted.
stretch my legs.
Hey, Sam. Good to see you. The legend does it again. Everything looks to be in perfect condition. Thank you, Sam. Oh, by the way, I've prepped a little something for you. Feel free to grab it whenever. Always a pleasure, Sam. Good work. New.
Looks like a path. Seriously? That's okay. Someone's happy.
That's made of Laura Ingram too, right? Yeah, he hated, I believe. Oh my god. But yeah, he was editor of the Dartmouth Review, which is this sort of conservative journal, and which he authored a satire of affirmative action called, quote, "This show ain't no jive, bro." And it was from the perspective of a recently matriculated student, a black student coming to
There we go. There we go. Nice. Looks like a way through. There we go.
Oh,
Was the radical community organizer, who apparently was an intern for Al Capone. Yeah. He was getting college credit, right, finding out how the mafia worked in Chicago. As Dinesh portrays Frank Nitty's like buddy. Yeah. As Dinesh portrays it in this movie, he basically interned with Frank Nitty. And taught them how to do better because he was in fact more ruthless than they were. Frank Nitty's like, you're a scumbag, man. Ooh, Mr. Capone, have you thought about blaming rape? Counter where you would pay with a ticket. It was like the old style delis, an automat where you pay with a ticket like after getting your food. And he devised an ingenious scheme to pretend that he had lost a ticket, pay for a coffee when he really had a sandwich, then take the ticket to a different automat and then use the same ticket. Rip-off automats everywhere. Potatoes. I mean, like what you said, Felix, I can't say it, but what you said is that, all this, I'll say it. I don't want you to get in trouble for this. Thanks, man. That's why we work well. You're the lightning rod, right? Yeah. Dinesh, like, skips the step where he's supposed to explain how Olitsky invented, like, modern, liberal, big Chicago crime politics. And it's just like,
feel you.
Ah, there you are.
Need a drink.
Johnson just like lets the N-word slip, and there's a black steward behind him, and like Johnson doesn't know, and you cut to that guy ruefully shaking his head.
I'm surprised they didn't go with the American Indian Commission single tier on the sheet.
I wish they had shown Johnson on the can though. That really would have been coup de grace. I wish they'd shown his legendary penis.
Yeah. There's a scene where a Republican goes, I think black people should vote for us because of moral duty, not because we give them things. And Johnson just takes his dick out. This is the plantation.
He unfurls his hog and it's got whites only written on it.
Johnson's cock is actually next to Jackson's whip in the end.
Milton Berle going, oh shit! I thought I was packing them up.
So he gets to a point.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked. Cargo verified. Thank you.
While you're in class holding a spear and leopard attitudes.
I am from Africa.
And the teacher says, "Now, Barack, I hope your dad brought another dog for the whole class."
And then, like, the hook to this scene, like, the reason that the elder Obama is bad is because he, like, spellbinds the class by talking about, like, you know, I mean, like, the way that the Nash directed the scene, he might as well have, like, boiled the teacher in a pot. But, like, that it's like it's bad if people like you. Like they would cut back to Andy Jonah at the restaurant and he's like, everyone in the restaurant spit on Andy Jonah, which is how you know that we're moral.
action gives me hope. Keep it up, Sam.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Sam Bruce, you are incredible.
Deploying autonomous delivery bot.
Here's the line from his book, and I don't know if this is in the documentary, but this is in his book, 2016, Obama's America. This is his line about, think about this in the scene where Obama's father literally shakes his finger at his classmates. He said, Dinesh writes, the most powerful country in the world is being governed according to the blue-out tribesmen of the 1950s. A polygamist who abandoned his wives, drank himself into a stupor, and bounced around on 2 iron legs.
Order assigned.
He said, raging against the world for denying him the realization of his anti-colonial ambitions. This philandering, inebriated African socialist is agenda through the reincarnation of his dreams in his son. He does Obama for a little bit. Like in the movie called Hillary's America, he saves it till about the last quarter of the movie to be about Hillary. And not even. Yeah, not even. It's about 10 minutes of the movie for him to actually get to his thesis on Hillary Clinton, which is basically that he steals. But here's what I found interesting about watching this movie. Let's say the first 3 quarters of the movie so far has been among the most laughably incompetent abortion of American history that's basically ever been presented.
No one on earth can be persuaded by a single thing that
black.
Invents this to use as a recurring metaphor for the Democratic
So you made it.
Just gotta get a small business.
Wow.
And then you
I bet your body's aching after carrying all that. No shame in taking a break from time to time. Good work.
like the Money Murder Posse, like posing as good guys is not what they do right off the bat. Four aspects to every con, and Hillary's real plan is to steal America, just like she learned from Saul Alinsky, and like he learned from the Confederacy before him. It's all one unbroken chain.
Hillary, Obama, Saul Alinsky, Al Capone, then the Confederacy.
Nathan Bedford Forrest. Yeah, that's how it works.
It's a very complex organizational chart. I actually wrote down the con formula. This is how the Democrats steal America. Okay, good. 1, you plan. 2, you pitch. 3, you take. 4, you deny. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, the way he thinks the organized crime works is you go into a restaurant, you order a sandwich, half of it, they say it wasn't any good, and they give it free, and you go to another restaurant and eat the other half of the sandwich and say that wasn't any good, and then you've eaten one sandwich for free. Then people ask if you've eaten the sandwich and you say no. No, I'm not. That's the deny part. You want to buy your lunch? Yeah, I'm good.
And then we just do that on a national scale. The old Democrat con of adding to Denny's Twitter account saying the food was bad and asking for coupons. It's like, did you know Nathan Bedford
Order assigned.
the original Republican Party was anti he shows Hillary from behind, like watching
Watching it happen.
Watching it.
Watching
No. Watching the flag draped coffins like come out of the C-31 airship, and like being brought back to be buried. And
turns
he's, like,
to the camera
and he's like thumbs up, and